Alright, back at it again with some Sherlockian Holmes. Found one of the treasures.
Found the treasure. You and I make a good team.
That's Sherlock's house? Is there a thing? Or was it just okay? That's the Sherlock Holmes. I was like, that looks familiar. Alright, some lions in a courtyard. Wait, isn't that... Hold on. Is that City Hall? Or some other courtyard? I was in that courtyard recently. I thought the lions were actually in the air. Like... Damn it.
Killed with one perfect shot to each eye. Can you imagine? Killed with one perfect shot.
Man who was killed in the old ruins on the southwestern side of Grand Surrey. Apparently both his eyes were shot out to strain that strange credulity, but it's worth investigating.
Treasure maps from the governor.
May I
Find
ask you
and
something?
Come back for. I can't talk to a police officer. That's the end of it.
Oh, you were supposed to... Okay, so there's lions near a door. Oh, okay, there's a big tower. Oh, that looks promising. Aha!
Nice find. It was well hidden, but no match for this dynamic duo.
You're damn right. Carriage in a yard. Get out of here! Well, it's more like I'm looking for a statue. Go random directions till we find it.
I see you.
It's really, I feel like it'll be a lot easier to just find two cars next to each other.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect
What?
them all and return for more.
How the hell did I get back here? It wasn't even on purpose. Although I'm not sure it's in here because the road looks different. And this is dirt, so I don't think it's... Because this is the industrial area. Now I'm just exploring, it seems. Actually, I'm assuming it's gonna be in an area around here. Because the ground looks like it has this kind of cobblestone instead of paved. Hey.
Did you hear Vasilia Coppola is in jail? Did you hear Vasilia?
Detective Basile Capello, the owner of the famous Armar Capello Home and Security.
In the police. Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We can just stand around and look confused.
Welcome to travel. Look around. His park asylum must be created for you. Big Dream Cardona.
It was in the very place marked on the treasure map.
Yep. Now we just gotta find this one.
Extra, extra! A very British scandal. The British envoy has defiled a refugee woman. Interested in some Cordona news? Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Just gotta find a statue in a courtyard. I'm assuming it's in. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just progress the story a little bit more.
Hi there.
Are you able to help me?
Officer, I respect what you do for the city, but I doubt I can help.
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you. And about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. Another one. There must be something... important behind it. I can feel it. I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall. It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us. The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that. Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point. What does it matter if some artifact is real or not? It still exists.
The full plate armor of Sir Robert Saunford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that. The Tulpa, Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject. And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets. The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man.
Ooh. There's Cthulhu again.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
A full collection. It's somehow so satisfying. So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. Officer Luciano J. Placido. Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869. This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
I'm starting to remember something. Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
It's a pity how many amazing things are missing from this room.
I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable. Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling if it were actually true.
Another fake Holy Grail. its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Watkinson and Homan, Chapter 1.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace Dioram.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. 1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake. I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman howl again. An archaeological find should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls.
When you're finished here, can we build a wigwam from the blankets? Like in the good old days?
Ah, the memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
He opened the door to the postman, and they exchanged documents. If it was a real postman, of course. Then he threw some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if... I think this is what we're looking for. A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it?
We made it. So what's there?
Gifted by Queen Victoria herself. Single malt whiskey, Mycroft's favourite. Otto Richter. This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research. Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met. I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman howl again. We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what, and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue. Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them. I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out. Sherry, look! An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
Let's do this. Oh, right.
Good day, sir.
Merhaba. Good day to be alive.
And, by extension, a poor day to take a bullet. Why are you just standing there?
I came to take the deceased to the cemetery, but caught sight of Mother Nature's bounty and had to drink my fill. You won't mind anyway. Let me tell you, friend. The sweet sea air, the calming whisper of the waves, it's a salve for all ills.
Do you know what happened here?
Officer said there was a duel, shots fired, and then that fellow took his last breath. Reminds me of last year.
So the inspectors have been and gone?
Of course. Police don't let an undertaker do his work before they finish theirs.
You mentioned a previous incident.
It was in the old city ruins. I remember the deceased was very rich. Front page news, very, very rich he was. But a coin makes a poor shield, as I always say. And who needs it when a view like this is free?
Who died?
Oh, no, 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 mister. It is not my place to say.
Not your place. Nonsense. As you say, he won't mind.
Death with dignity, that's all we can hope for, sir. He doesn't need his name out there.
We're done.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
Ah, a contest then. I shall prove my blind devotion, so to speak.
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. You know the rest. You know what? That undertaker has a point. It is beautiful here.
Red stains, relatively fresh. A Lamat revolver, 42 caliber. A Lamat revolver, 42 caliber. One chamber is empty, the others are filled with live rounds. The duelist eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds. A blindfold, discarded or lost. Your opponent was behind you. The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died instantly. A key for a birdcage? I'll take it. Predictably, the rumors were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed. A Webley top-break revolver. Blank cartridges filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless, even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact. Blank cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact. The corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped. A case for dueling Webley revolvers. victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded. This seems plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
And you're in the bathroom.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
No, I'm good.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Fellas, 3 blind dueling club rules by finishing the case. Talk about practice your shooting skills. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him, do you think, before he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his duel opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
Um, all evidence collected? Yeah. I love it when I collect all the evidence. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel good. Good. Right? Oh. Yeah, look at the newspaper first.
I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
I'm sure you are. Oh, okay.
Have you found anything helpful?
Are you able to help me?
The police have done nothing for our people. So why should I tell you anything?
Fair. Baskerville Street between Vernet Street and Bonaparte Street. Scaladio on Baskerville Street.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another. I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub, I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him. but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key. Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Look at the pew 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 pew. Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with a blindfold.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Could you help me?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Didn't leave the house. Okay.
Good day, officer. Miss von
Yeah, I got it.
Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
I didn't. I practiced it up. HFSBC.
A wealthy man in his 60s. Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879. A typical crest for a league or a guild. Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration. This whip is well loved and well used.
Okay. Nope, not double. Flip it. And then we flip it out. We double U. And then we combine you. Boop.
An ointment by a Dr. Herbert with a lavender and pine scent. Excellent score. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but she covered the locked windows with paint. The end and the beginning. A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent. The rounds have been emptied. The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something. There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists in different ways. I'm sorry, I don't follow.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
One of the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him. I'm sorry, I don't follow. I beg your pardon?
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had it. Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Was there something I was missing?
Is this familiar to you?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Excellent score. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman.
Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Good day, officer. Miss Von
May I
Staub
ask you
awaits
something?
in her boudoir.
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Good day, officer. Miss Von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Pew, 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 pew. Are you able to help me?
I respect you, officer, but unfortunately I know nothing about that. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Club members only. Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you.
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration. Fancy? Not every manor has a custom. The
That
floor
is the von
so
Kramkress, the
smooth
old
and
Prussian noble
slippery.
family. They must be
I wonder
patrons
if I
of the
could
club.
skate on it.
Hey, buddy. Nice seeing you. You missed me playing, Call of Cthulhu. How have you been? Oh, I have to shoot my way through. I'm gonna skip combat.
I must say, Sherry, that was near perfect. Could it be that you're not completely hopeless?
Really? Why?
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition. All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
Oh. That's fair. Found Munchausen.
Two glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John? A nice apricot aroma. Barillan schnapps, I presume. Half full. Glass crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. How's the gym?
Clever system. All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
I'm alright. Very tired. I almost didn't stream today. I even started later than 12. I'm so tired. Well, fine. Went to a convention on Friday with Curtis's wife, and then hung out with Curtis on Saturday, and then hung out. Oh,
The same ingredient was used
yesterday.
in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
Is it? Do I head back up out? Comic and Toy Con. Funnily enough, actually, Jason, I think it's Jason Marsden, the guy who voiced Max Goof, was there, which was really weird hearing him just talk like a normal person because he doesn't use a different voice. So hearing somebody that I've seen on TV as a character and just hearing that voice just near me, like, is weird. I think it was Kane Hobbs or something. I think the guy that first played Jason, or is one of the guys that played Jason. I think. Well, it's Max Goofy's son in at least the Goof Troop TV show, if not the Goofy movies. I don't know if it's the same guy for the Goofy movies, but yeah, as in Voorhees. Yeah. Oh, he was in 7, 8, 9, and 10. So he's the later. So Kane Hodder played Jason in the later movies. I didn't actually meet him because to meet him, I would have had to have gone over and paid him money, which I don't have. The best part though was, so I don't know if you watched Demon Slayer, but um, I mean we got some cons here in Maine. Just travel on down. But um, words. Oh yeah, right, Demon Slayer. Um, so the guy who voices Inosuke, the boar-headed guy, was the guy that does the dub. Um, the guy was he was there, and so he was doing. People were asking for the voice for Inosuke, and so just being near and hearing him just randomly yelling, like, "I'll get you!" Tampaku Gajirochi. Just because he fucks up the name all the time in the show, so it. Yeah, the guy who dubs the voice, because it's originally in Japanese, so the American voice actor. It was so fucking funny though.
Who the devil are you?
Oh.
I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes, and if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
Fine, you may speak. How can... Okay, we're not having this fucking argument. I'm gonna respectfully disagree, but we're not having this argument. it's so many people. There's like the dub versus sub argument, and there. I think there are a lot. I will agree that there are a lot of times where the point isn't they don't bring the with translation errors or whatnot that they don't bring the certain initial meanings over. Um, but there are uh, voice actors like dub English voice actors that do a way better job of expressing the emotion than
So
subs.
you are
So
Mr. Von Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and the prime suspect of the case.
Heinrich Fergen von Kram, but you're incorrect. I am the best shot at the club, and I had nothing to do with Erich's death.
Your clothes tell a different story. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins, and the red stain on your jacket is from the wax-covered gelatin your club uses for non-lethal rounds. I suspect you took a hit from the other duelist after Mr. von Staub was shot dead. A better shooter would have avoided it.
I am innocent, but if you persist in your slander, that may well change.
Fine. Answer my questions and prove me wrong. Otherwise, I shall simply inform the authorities we have our man.
First violence, now blackmail. Ah, well, I have nothing to hide. You may even search my surrounds.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame.
I like dubs. I mean, I'm not opposed to subs, and will watch them. I just like dubs better because then I get to do something else while I'm watching a show, and I like doing more than one thing. So
I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before.
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. Von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation. I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just like
I've
going
never
through
seen
everything.
this before. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before.
I've never seen this before.
I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about.
It seems you owed Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Erich was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating.
A likely story.
I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before.
Last year, there was a similar incident in which a duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since. Instead, I only take the role of a referee and supervise the proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened. I can't help you with this.
As it happens, a Lamat 42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a 36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver. And further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone.
Recordings labeled in Braille.
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder. How to sharpen one's senses. Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand. Arrived just yesterday.
Well, that's a given. We all hate purists.
Look, Sherry, I'm head of the club.
A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis. You and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now.
That's fair.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
I need to be elsewhere.
Your pride remained intact. My pride remained intact. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I would, I would make the greatest. I would have the greatest chefs in the world cook me steak how they like it, and then if I didn't like it, would be more than happy to ask them to cook it well done. Ugh.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
Perhaps we should visit on another day. So I love the. I mean, you haven't watched me play this game at all, but there's a whole stealth like wardrobe, subterfuge mechanic which I think is great.
Good day, officer. Miss von...
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death and came to an unexpected conclusion.
How? Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
All right. What were the means to crime? The missing. Oh.
The missing box in your brother's room contained a Lamat, the same weapon
No,
used for the murder.
this is just a police
You
officer
stole it
outfit
to kill
or
your
an
brother.
officer outfit.
What? No. Eric was obsessed with guns. I bet he simply left that revolver somewhere else.
Yes, it was left somewhere else. The crime scene. Abandoned in panic. A typical feminine
Hey,
response.
now.
No, I've never been to that cursed place.
What was the window of opportunity? Well, the duel itself. I mean.
None of that makes a whit of sense.
All right.
A moment, if I may.
This...
How?
No.
The best part is you could just do it over.
You hid behind the wall in the ruins. None of the others present could have killed Eric from that position. Both the duelists were blindfolded and Mr. von Cram is ill-sighted.
So nobody saw anything? Your imagination has run wild.
Ah, but you forget one thing. A blind man's other senses grow stronger. Mr. von Cram detected a lavender and pine scent. That of your ointment.
You're taking the word of a sightless man. This is monstrous.
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant and you could tolerate his abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
Now, Miss von Staub, take your time. Tell me the truth.
After our parents died, my life slowly became hell. My brother began to humiliate me. Then he became violent. Each day he'd invent a new punishment. Shut my room, burn my paintings, starve me. And without fail, I would be beaten. All visits were forbidden, all contact verboten. I was his caged bird, his pet. When we did go out, he used me to bait influential people. He sold me to Mr. Boddington simply to earn a place amongst this island's elite.
Was that not freedom from your brother?
He sold me as a thing, sir. Who do you think this gentleman was? I could not endure more cruelty. Mr. Holmes, I'm begging you. Please don't do this to me. Don't throw me from one cage to another.
Fuck.
You have suffered enough, Miss von Staub, but now it is over. I will not turn you into the police.
Everybody is.
I don't know what to say. What will happen with the case?
The usual. With their typical stupidity, the inspectors will confidently declare the case a tragic accident, and that will be that.
I didn't expect such kindness.
Kindness? No, where the truth reveals injustice, I expect accountability, but in this matter, Miss von Staub, I see no injustice at all.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll never forget what you're doing.
Like, he's like, I only really care about figuring it
I'm
out.
behind you 100%. I'm sure Miss von Staub wouldn't waste a chance for a better life.
Yeah, but like everybody's kind of ableist. They actually say something at the beginning of the, I think like beginning of the game, like that, you know, it's more of a, like certain things that like people say or do are based on the time. Oh yeah, they're great. I mean, this is my favorite outfit. My ice cream man suit. Like I would wear the shit out of this if I could pull it off. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of. Oh, Prince. Oh, that's the new one I just got. Yeah, and then you ready? Boom, hat. And then he's like, I got into a fight. I'm an old man. And then you can have outfits for John. I like this gangster one. I mean, I like this one too, but I like the gangster one. Yeah. So the whole thing with this game is that John is imaginary. John is 100% in your brains. Yeah, John Watson is all a part. And so the whole thing is that the reason that I'm in Cordona is because Sherlock wanted to come here to like actually visit his mom's grave because it was like 10 years ago and he was barely aware. And so a lot of it is like figuring out like stuff he's forgotten about his childhood, essentially. And essentially, his mom has very severe mental health issues, or did, and was like, had was I don't know if she was schizophrenic or just psychotic, and like she had breaks from reality, and so it was a whole thing. There's also a thing where like there was a doctor that was supposed to be helping her, but might have made her worse. So that's kind of the part of the plot that I will eventually get to, but I have to do all of the side quests first. It's required. So theoretically, John Watson is just a figment of.
This area is restricted.
But I got the.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Ah, officer, I wish I could help.
May I ask you something?
Do I look like a copper snitch?
Oh, I am bored. Call me when you find the answer.
I will punch you in your stupid head. Navy officer. Ooh. mean, I got a. Oh, I did. I just realized that I think this is supposed to be the Benedict outfit. But I want to be the police officer. I wear the police officer hat. Yeah, I'm a police officer. Fresh caught leeches.
Oh, what a long day.
Yeah, what a long day. I hear you. How you doing, buddy?
Excuse me, but are you Mr. Capello? My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm hoping you could spare a moment to talk.
Manners, what a pleasant surprise. Most of your colleagues have lacked even the simplest of common courtesies.
You're a suspect, sir, but not yet a criminal. I shan't treat you as such. Your case is refreshingly unusual, and I wish to get to the bottom of it.
Manners and enthusiasm. Huh. May you go far, young man. What can I help you with?
Well, see, like, this is another thing. It's like when you're talking to people, you deduce stuff. I don't know. I think this is why I wanted to play a Sherlock Holmes game. It's because, okay, focused look, tight on the finger, bruised hand, recent trauma, elegant new clothing, fresh and fashionable. I get a drop to deduce. I don't feel like a guy that owns a safe company would be
You are surprisingly composed for a man accused of murder.
like
Not so easily shaken,
impulsive.
I take it.
Life is full of surprises. You'd be astonished how many deals go sour due to a force majeure. One becomes skilled at adapting. I am confident this will all be set straight. Until then, I will endure.
Much how you endure that injured hand. Those bruises look painful, but you seem barely aware of it. Were you attacked?
Ah, no, a minor accident, nothing more. My heady days as a man out to prove his valor are far behind me. I now know that to succeed in life, one must stay calm and plan ahead. The world will turn your way eventually. And if it does not, then one must persuade it so.
I mean, what do you know about accents relevant to the Mediterranean Sea? I think. I don't know. I think is it Mediterranean? I might be wrong on that one. Okay. I'm not. I'm good at a couple of things. Geography is for sure not one of them. Um, well, I mean, based on his name, I don't know. Has there been a lot? I mean, we've run into Germans and Prussians and French and Indian, British. Like, there's a whole lot of people.
Please, tell me how you ended up in this situation.
Well, this morning some clients arrived to finalize their purchase of a Capello modular safe. But when we opened the door, out tumbled a dead man.
And I take it this wasn't normal?
No, I normally keep my corpses in the wardrobe. Please, young man, spare me your wit. The rest of the day was a blur. I recognized the victim, and it seems so did the police. That was enough to make me the main suspect.
Who sent for the authorities?
No one. As it happens, we had a break-in last night. Nothing was stolen, but for insurance purposes, the report had to be made. So, police officers just happened to be on the premises when we discovered the body in the safe.
You mentioned you were showing your wares to some prospective buyers when the safe was opened. Who were they?
Clerks from the bank. They inspected the safe from top to bottom yesterday. I assumed the sale was
I don't
just
know.
a
I think my Great
formality.
Lakes knowledge is
And the safe
eerie.
was closed?
It's usually open, but it locks automatically when the door swings closed. That's another marvelous Coppello invention.
A coffin that locks itself. Marvelous indeed.
So, you have like your. It hasn't shown up, I don't think. Well, it did a little bit when you started. Like, I can have like my detective vision, and like I can like reconstruct scenes. And that's part of this game where you're kind of building scenes. Um, um, and so you have to like figure out how the scene played out, and then you have to put it in the correct order, and then you complete the scene. Um, there's also a basic alchemical kind of thing where essentially, you have something that has everything has three ingredients, and it's just the amount that each ingredient is, whether it's positive or negative for some reason. Maybe it's acid, base, high, low. I don't know. Uh, and so like that's a little bit of a mathy type puzzle of whatnot.
Help me grasp your movements yesterday. What time did you meet the customers from the bank, and did you have any other appointments?
Yesterday, the bank clerks arrived at 10 a.m. Afterwards, I was alone in the office until my wife Augusta came in at 3 p.m. I left for home at 6:30 p.m.
And what about this morning?
Our meeting for the demonstration was set for 9 a.m. I arrived about half an hour prior in order to prepare.
I have one final inquiry. Do you recall the time at which the safe door was closed?
Young man, I may just as well ask you when you closed your cigar case. I have opened our safes a dozen times a day for a dozen years. I do not recall.
So if I'm gonna mess up a Great Lakes, knowledge type of situation, I'll mess up once. I'll miss once, but I won't miss again.
You say you became the suspect when the police identified the victim. Is there history between you?
Surely you jest. That man and I have never met and never would, unless he
Yeah.
became the first detty in history to use our products.
Some sort of family feud? I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
You must be new to Cordona. It's an old tale.
So I guess
Back
he's
in
Italian.
Italy, generations ago, the detties tried to ruin our family business. They nearly succeeded. The Capellos rightfully struck back, but there has been bad blood ever since.
And does that blood flow in you too?
I told you, sir, it's an old story, or it was. I fear this horrible event portends worse to come. My wife may be in danger as we speak.
I'd like to inquire about the burglary.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but if you wish to know more, talk to Billy Lloyd, the night watchman. He scared off the thief.
Was it also Billy that discovered the burglar?
No, my wife did. She had stayed late yesterday. Poor Augusta. At least she's safer with the police than at home alone.
Sorry, it took me a minute because of this. That I got it. That was nice. I got nothing for Ontario. I can't.
Well, Mr.
I'm
Coppello, I
sure.
think
I'm
that's
sure I
all
can
I
think
need
of something
from you
again.
at present. Where can I find your office?
Here, take my card. Billy should be on site to assist with the investigation. And please, sir, would you check on my wife before you depart?
Thank you. I will endeavor to speak with her before I leave the station.
Please, treat her gently. Women lack our resilience when it comes to ordeals like this. I shall eagerly await your return. After all, little else I can do.
Bro, I just solved a murder case where a
Come on,
woman murdered
Sherry.
someone.
Say, I am the law.
I am the law. What's up, buddy? You don't want to talk? All right.
Mrs. Capello, please wait in the office. The inspector will be here soon.
I mean, it could be because the. Well, I mean, somebody could have just chosen it, but I know that like one of the actors just died.
You must be the inspector.
Would you be Augusta Capello?
Must I really repeat myself to every baby-faced man in uniform that strides in?
Forgive me, I am not the inspector, but I am working on your husband's case.
Then I have nothing to say to you. Come back with the inspector in charge so that we may dispense with the endless repetition.
Here I go observing again. He's lauding him. I'm gonna be nice. The Young and the Restless Dead. I think when you make these deductions, it might change what the actual because like you get to choose, and I was assuming that like I was just choosing correctly every time, which I don't think is the case. It might be that you you essentially decide which direction based on your deductions which direction the case goes.
Whilst I prefer German composers, the harp solo from Lucia di Lammermoor stands out as one of Donizetti's finest contributions to the form. I'm sure Basilio thought the same.
He did. How? Did he tell you how we met?
Oh, there was no need. It is trivial to observe how much you value your memories of playing harp in the orchestra, and even an amateur Italian harpist would be familiar with Donizetti's finest work.
Yes. Music is a balm in these uncertain times. It is nice to meet another who appreciates it.
Much as I appreciate the truth. Please, Mrs. Capello, let me help you and your husband.
I am not unappreciative, sir. But I'm afraid I presently lack the strength.
Well, no. Here's the thing. You're not wrong. The difference is that Sherlock loves making fun of the police, so he's very much an independent contractor because of how incompetent the police are. Actually, earlier on in the game, there was there's a detective, like the lead, the head detective, or he used to be the head detective, and essentially you're trying to figure out what happened to him. And after searching around for a while, you find him, and he's the leader of like a gang, but essentially it's because the detective killed the gang leader and then took his place so that he could help like get rid of the rest of the gang, but also just live peacefully because the higher ups, like City Hall, wouldn't let him retire. Like they kept denying his retirement because he had like worked for a ton of years, and he's older. He's like, yes, I'm great at this, but I would like to go not be here. And so essentially, you can make the decision to either tell them or not. And I was like, nah, fuck it. That guy earned his retirement.
Basilio tells me you were present during the burglary yesterday. What can you tell me about it?
Oh, it gave me such a fright. I fainted, fell to the floor. I wish I could help you, but I'm just utterly useless.
Okay.
Please, I want to rest before the inspector arrives.
Were you familiar?
No, I did not know.
You've had quite the day, Mrs. Capello. I shall leave you be. If I have further questions, I may visit again later.
I don't know if I trust her. It could just be the where is it? It could just be the actress overselling it and be like, "Oh, I fainted. However, could I deal with such strenuous circumstances?" My delicate sensibilities. Oh, I could buy some furniture. Do, do, do. I don't know where. Oh, to the east of St. Clement's Cathedral in Scaladio. Okay, Adler Street to the east of St. Clement's Street. Scaladio. Right. Oh, St. Clement's Cathedral. Okay. Oh, yeah. It shouldn't be. Okay. Let me fix that. Wrong direction. Shouldn't have been so long. I just have to remember where it is. Well, I mean, that's fair. Shouldn't have been 5 ads. I mean, I guess maybe it is. It's supposed to be like a minute and a half over. It's also supposed to give you the option of like it being in the bottom. Technically, there's ad-free viewing if you're a subscriber, so you brought that on yourself, mister. It also automatically runs ads for me. Oh, I guess it is an hour, a minute and a half. All right, let's do. Oh, right, because it's. Yeah, if I do it less than essentially every half hour for a minute and a half, it drops me down to 30% ad revenue share. The whole fucking thing. It shouldn't matter unless are you not logged in on your phone? Because it could just. Where am I going? This way. Theoretically, this is Adler Street? And this is it St. Clement's Church? It is. It is. Oh yeah, go buy furniture. And one of the things, the like sides things, is I want to buy furniture.
My goods will brighten up your house. Enjoy your purchase.
That's true. That's true.
We have a large assortment and pleasant prices.
It should have given you a warning, though. It should have been like, "Hey, you're going to get a." Well, there's the thing that I am maybe because you're on mobile, it doesn't give like it's supposed to show only at the bottom. I also need like another. Actually, I don't know if it'll show me. Because usually I have Streamlabs up.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Ill-fitting pants, wonky nose, and hair that appears to have been cut by your own hand. You must be Billy Lloyd.
Oh, it's you. I knew you'd come.
You did?
You're Mirko Gallia, the best investigative journalist on Cordona. I'm a fan of your work.
Alas, you're mistaken. The name is Sherlock Holmes, and your employer...
Oh, of course. Discretion. I'm sorry. I doubt the policeman upstairs heard me, though, so your secret is safe with me, Sherlock.
I don't know how I set it up is that it should show at the bottom, or it shouldn't take up the whole screen. I don't know anything past that.
Mr. Capello told me you were present during the burglary and scared the criminal off the property?
Yeah, you should have seen it. As soon as the burglars saw me, they went white as death. Ran out the back door of the office. I heard a thud and cat shrieks. Patient precedes me. Mr. Capello was so proud.
You're a guard, but you didn't give chase.
By the time I made it outside, they were miles away. So I went back to help Mrs. Capello. That kind of gentlemanly courtesy is why I'm so well regarded round these parts.
What did the thief look like?
Shorter than me, mid-20s, a huge scar across the right cheek going from the eye. Short hair. She didn't look like a ghost. Too corporeal.
Hold on. She? You didn't think to mention the burglar was a woman?
Why did you assume it was a man? It's the 19th century, sir. Ambitious young women are out there pursuing a career, and I, for one, encourage it.
Yes, spare me the sermon. When did the burglary happen?
Oh, after 10 in the evening. I was just talking to Mrs. Capello.
Does she normally work this late?
No, it's the first time it happened. Usually I'm alone at night. I was explaining to Mrs. Capello how drinking water every 3 hours can help with digestion, when she excused herself and went back upstairs. Then there was a scream, and I ran up to the office, and...
I know what happened next, thank you. What about last evening? Do you have any more details about the break-in?
Of course. I write down everything that happens during my watch. Take a look.
Fastidious in its mundanity, but I will make of it what I can. I must go and inspect the crime scene. If I have further questions, Mr. Lloyd, I will find you.
Oh, don't worry. I won't be able to keep away.
Right.
The best on the market. You can wallop them, you can burn them. Nothing will work.
I bet he tested that himself.
0013 and 0500.
Strength, security, peace of mind. Tacky.
Well, you know, that's your opinion, good sir.
Well, I mean, water doesn't not help with digestion. So
Why do I get the worst jobs?
because you suck at your job.
The bottle is half empty. A wine, well enjoyed. Recently used, but why would it be here?
I mean, that's fair.
Wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I'm a bit claustrophobic.
Alright.
Clear indications of blunt trauma, possibly inflicted before the victim was in the safe. Bruises, torn nails, bleeding was severe and continued at length. Blood on the safe door could have been left by the victim. Clothes are not fully buttoned. Was the victim dressing or undressing?
I've heard it both ways.
Bulging veins, cyanosis, bloodshot eyes, odd foaming in the mouth. What a rotten way to die.
Yeah, what a shame.
Yeah, what a shame. Don't sound so upset, buddy. Don't mind if I do.
He clearly needs a better work-life balance.
Well-organised workplace?
Mr. Capello is the best.
Okay, this chap is seriously good.
That's about all of you I can take. A concert program from 7 years ago. An Augusta La Duca is listed as a harpist in the orchestra. Two theatre tickets for Shakespeare's Othello. The performance is tomorrow.
Have to respect the classics.
I mean, yeah. Also, I guess too much. Would prevent
Forget about the cats in the bushes, Sherry.
any digestion. Yeah, if you get drowned, then that's not going to help with digestion. All right, let's. Boom, alchemy. Holy Jesus. Oh, okay. That actually saves me some time. All right. 4. All right. Right? Oh no, it's Oh. Ha! Got it. First try. All right, let's talk to him.
Do you know anything else about the dead body in the safe?
Well, there is the rule of threes. You can survive 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 hours in harsh weather, and 3 minutes
of you talking
without air. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, very enlightening, Mr. Lloyd, thank you. Do you know what this note might be about?
I cannot presume to know another's mind, of course, but I think Mr. and Mrs. Capello have been having some familial difficulties, probably due to their lack of children. One of my oldest friends helps couples with their relationship troubles, and he always says...
You don't have to continue.
Oh, well, he says that to me as well, but I'm perfectly happy to.
I insist.
He says that to me too.
Do you know anything about these entries?
No, but Mr. Capello is so well organised. I use a different method. very popular among the Buddhist monks. You create an attic in your mind and...
I'm familiar. Keep it tidy, put only necessary information in, remove unnecessary information regularly.
What? No, it's called an attic. You just stuff it with everything. You never know what might prove helpful someday.
That is profoundly upsetting.
Actually, no.
Do you know whose keys these are?
Probably Mr. Capello's. Police took him so suddenly. I have the same set, but it's more efficient. Has fewer keys.
So you don't have access to the entire office?
No. Only Mr. and Mrs. Capello have the key to the back door. I don't know.
Is this code memo still valid?
Oh, yes. It's the same combination code everywhere. It corresponds to Mrs. Capello's birthday, actually. In fact, during this year's celebration, I was allowed a sip of champagne. That's when I had to dry my trousers, and then I had to...
Okay, thank you, Billy.
I don't know. I know of it, but forgot.
That's yeah. Yeah, a couple weeks ago it was the same. Well, we didn't get snow, but yeah, it was like 70 degrees, 75 degrees here for a couple of days. 75 Fahrenheit for a couple days, and then suddenly went back down to reasonable.
Have you noticed anything different about Mrs. Capello recently?
Not really. She talks to me more when I start my shift. Probably because of the 100 Best Curry Recipes book I'm reading. Oh, and we've been running out of paper a lot lately, so she often sends me out to buy more for her. She's very particular about the paper we use. Only one store on the island stocks it, and it's on the other side of the town. But I'm really fast.
Interesting, thank you.
I was like, oh, he's actually taking notes. No.
I know of it, but forgot.
What can you tell me about Mr. Capello?
He's a good employer, but very focused on work, and very serious about security, of course, since he employed a night watch of my caliber. Not everyone appreciates his strict business approach, though. Store clerks don't seem to last long in the office.
Good to know.
She's been the best Chinese food here on Saturday. Nice. I had Chinese buffet a couple weeks ago.
They sell door locks, padlocks. No Sherlocks, though. Probably for the best. Imagine dealing with two of you. Ugh.
Okay. From my limited knowledge, that's apparently where you get the best food.
The letter F is inscribed within a four-leaf clover pattern. Passe muraille. Walk through walls in French. Our thief seems rather arrogant. A comprehensive set of lockpicks, recently cleaned with no fresh scratches.
I'm not sure. That's pretty cool. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I didn't go far enough. I was very confused. Like dead ones? Criminal pattern. Suspects. Property crimes? Smug? Misdemeanors? Complaints? Violent crimes? No crimes? Instrument of crime. There we go. There's a place in Bangor. I haven't been to like a lot of I haven't been to a lot of places in Lewiston yet since I've been back. But there's a place in Bangor that had like incredible spare ribs.
Maybe it would be wise to take a look around outside before we enter. Just a thought.
Well, aren't you just cool? X. Backyard Boys. Hideout, Clay Street, and Centers Minor. Okay. I'm just getting more hungry. This is not helpful. Clay Street. I prefer food I didn't have to cook. So that's as picky as I get.
Our clothes will be worn well, take my word.
One minute. Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye. I hope you like what you bought.
Me too. Oh, so I posted a status about somebody, or a tweet about somebody challenging my merchant voice at the con on Friday, and essentially it was somebody who was dressed up as Hunk from Resident Evil 4. So I was using the voice a lot just because I love using my merchant voice to the surprise of nobody, and he like kind of blew his mind as soon as we were talking, and I was like, oh, take one of the cards, from the shop, business card thing. And he's like, all right. He's like, fine. I'll take a card, but you have to tell me to take the card in the merchant voice. And I was like, okay. Got a selection of good things. Take the card, stranger. It was fucking hilarious. Clientele is almost mostly elderly Chinese people. Okay, Van, you're making me hungry. I'm very hungry now.
Other gangs are planning an attack on the Backyard Boys. The pipe. Other gangs are planning an attack.
Oh, ads again? Oh. Seems a lot. It's only supposed to be every half an hour. I don't know what the fuck it's doing.
Fed up. Not bad.
Hello, mister. I have some information for you.
I'm not interested in the advice of a man like you. Move aside. I've places to be.
Oh. Oh, he challenged my merchant voice and he lost essentially because he wanted me to try to convince him to take one of the business cards from the shop that I was vendoring at, and but I had to do it in the merchant voice. Like that's a fucking challenge. Oh, I went too far. Oh, it's because I'm already at the market. Okay. They teleported me to the market. Yeah, I was at my friend's booth.
Hello, mister. I've got some information for you. Heard you were asking.
Have you now? Well, let's hear it.
The attack is real hard.
So the bandits, right? Not coming. Bigger fish to fry, they say. Bigger worries.
Interesting. Are you...
Heard it with my own ear.
Oh, good. Here you go.
Oh, thank you, mister. Thank you.
What a simpleton. Supposed to be Philip from London. Good impression.
Philip from London.
One man's trash is another man's vanity.
It's another man's fur. So my confrontation will be easier. Alright, let's do it. Alright.
The worst clothes at the best price.
So here's the thing. What? You could say that she had a selection of good things on sale, stranger? She actually has a bunch of stuff. Is this? No. You're just next to this conveniently placed door. What are you
Okay,
buying?
okay, I give up. I give up.
What are you selling? Not enough cash, stranger. Oh, I didn't want to actually arrest you. I just wanted to talk to you.
This seems a better place for our conversation. I hope you're more talkative than your friends, Miss Sevigny.
You can't do anything. You're not even a policeman.
Is there nothing you didn't thieve for the gang, break into the Armor Capello office, kill Niccolo Detti?
What? Kill? I didn't kill nobody. No, how?
So you admit the rest. I suppose you won't mind explaining some things to me then.
No, I choose to
You
believe
were
that
in the
she's.
Armor Capello office yesterday evening, Miss Sevigny. The same place that Niccolo Detti was found dead today. What happened?
How would you know? You can't prove anything?
It's written all over you, Miss Sevigny. I presume you did not intend your evening to end with a fall over the railing and a fracas with felines. Need I continue?
Oh, zut alors. It was just a job, nothing else. I was asked to come. Here, see for yourself. I don't know who hired me, but I think they wanted to pin the crime on me. Poor Niccolo.
When were you offered this job?
Ah, mon Dieu. I don't remember precisely. I think the letter arrived around 9:30 in the evening. It sounded tricky, but the money was good.
And you arrived at the office?
Perhaps 45 minutes later. I am very good, sir. I was in and out in 5 minutes.
I don't like lies.
No, wait. Okay. It took 15 minutes. All right? Still impressive, no?
You knew Mr. Detti, how?
Niccolo and I grew up together. I hadn't seen him in years, then ran into him on the street, smiling with some lovely lady on his arm.
And that was the last time you saw him alive?
Wait, until I found him dead yesterday. That same woman was there, too.
It's the wife. She's cheating on
Can't
with
be
the.
coincidence.
You saw a woman in the office?
Mm-hmm. She started screaming, so I slammed the safe door and ran when I saw a guard coming.
Your thieving days may well be over, Miss Sevigny.
Oh, Sherry, disappointing. We were putting on a show and you call it off halfway through.
Yeah, well, it's not like I did it on purpose, jackass. You're the one that made me go talk to somebody and change costumes. Yep.
Can we please do this later? Can we please do this later? Can we please do this
Nope.
later? I'm just so exhausted, sir. I'm just so exhausted, sir. I'm just so exhausted, sir. Can we please do this later? I'm just so exhausted, sir.
To the best of your knowledge, does the safe's combination remain the same?
Nearly always. We have a default combination code we use on all our products for convenience. My husband can change it, though.
And no others?
I don't know. I certainly can't.
Oh my god. She was having an affair. She was having an affair. The thief came in. It shocked her. So she's like, so she put what's his name? I think. Other.
Mrs. Capello, please take a moment to study this profile. Is this the woman who was in the office yesterday?
I don't remember. Please, I feel faint at the mere thought of it.
I see. Forgive me.
Oof.
Can we please do this later? Can we please do this later? No. Basilio is a good... He approaches all his passions with diligence and, indeed, in all our years together, I cannot recall a single business opportunity Basilio failed to see through.
Thank you, Mrs. Capello. What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who? What are you talking about?
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiastic artist, your marriage to Basilio could not have offered all you needed. And then about 6 months ago, you met Niccolo Detti. There was a spark, you started to see each other. It brought passion back into your life.
How could you...
But your tryst didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo, but rather than cease your affair, you took care to avoid the public eye. You started working with your husband at the office, and met your lover there in the evening after Basilio departed. Billy would not notice, and you hoped neither would your husband. Do I have this right so far?
Yes, I love Basilio, I truly do. But his first passion is his work. I respect that, but it left me adrift. Niccolo. Oh, sweet Niccolo. He was the man I needed. If he had had any other name,
Okay.
I
Have
would
fun.
have talked to Basilio. But he was a Detti.
And your husband suspected something.
Love you.
I think he did. He asked questions. Billy's schedule was moved forwards. Yes, he suspected.
And thus we arrive at the heart of the matter. How did Mr. Detti end up deceased in the safe?
I do not know.
Madam?
I don't know anything about his death.
Are you sure this is how you wish to proceed?
It is the truth. Please, just leave me be.
Oh, what a long day. Were you aware of this, Mr. Capello? Of the relationship between your wife and Niccolo Detti?
Enough! I will not hear it. Augusta is an impressionable woman feeling the stress of this horrible situation. She does not understand what she's saying.
I see. So, you think...
I think that if you want to help, you should... I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Not much to say. I'm sorry.
Is this note still valid?
Oh yes, we use this code by default for each safe. Now sometimes a buyer may ask to see how it can be changed, but I always reset it afterwards.
And the safe containing the body used the default code, I presume?
As it happens, no. In my demonstration, I wanted to show the bank clerks how easy it was to set a different combination.
Interesting. Thank you.
Another question? Not much to say. I'm sorry. Another question?
Mr. Capello, have you anything to say about the burglar's claims?
Not a whit. The woman is a liar and a criminal. I don't give it the slightest credence, and neither should you. Another question? Not much to say. I'm sorry.
How long have you known your wife, Mr. Capello?
How is that relevant, young man?
Please, I need a complete picture of all the parties involved. Consider, perhaps, the possibility that the burglar was targeting your wife.
It seems unlikely, although if a Detti was out to threaten my wife... We met 7 years ago. Augusta was a harpist with an Italian orchestra. The passion in her eyes back then. I am glad she still has some of it now.
And you and your wife get along well?
I love her most dearly, and I know Augusta loves me. I fear someday she may be bored at work, but I try to give her all she wants. I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Another question?
What was your intent behind this note?
This is private, young.
Its relevance, as it were.
My wife Augusta joined me in business half a year ago, but works late hours. I worry because I love her. What else do you need to know?
I appreciate your candor.
Another question? Not much to say. I'm sorry. Another question?
I'm interested in some entries in your diary that may prove important. Could you elaborate on these ones here?
Bene. I won't name the detective, but rest assured that is unrelated to the investigation. It is just one of our clients. And those safe entries are about an interested party who was going to purchase the product. We met yesterday, and today were to finalize the transaction. Alas, that opportunity is no more.
You've been a good help. I will return. It is a shame it has come to this, but it is patently obvious that you are responsible for Niccolo Detti's death.
How?
I see you need some persuasion. I know that Niccolo Detti went to the office to meet you. It was a midnight tryst. Niccolo would visit the office once Basilio left, but this time he returned. So you hid Niccolo in the safe. A foolish move.
I didn't know the code had changed. It was the only choice. I couldn't let him be found. I loved him.
Really? You could have saved his life by simply speaking with your husband, but you sought to free him another way. The fact... Wait. It is a...
This is nonsense.
Wait here. It is a shame... I see you... It was... real. To free Mr. Detti, you hired Felicia Sevigny, a petty burglar, to crack the safe. And as a result, you killed your lover.
No. It's because the combination had changed. It is not my fault.
You are splitting hairs, Mrs. Capello. The fact remains you chose to risk Niccolo's life rather than call your husband. And I know why. You were afraid how it would affect the reputation of the Capellos, and you feared what your husband would do as a consequence.
He's a good man, but he cares about his business, about the family. It would have destroyed him.
And now he's accused of murder, Mrs. Capello. How considerate of you.
Mio Dio, how did this all happen?
Mrs. Capello, there is a way out of this mess. When the inspector arrives, tell him very little, insist you were with your husband, but afterwards, you must tell Basilio about Niccolo. You wronged your husband.
Perhaps. Yes, I believe.
Goodbye, madam.
I'm behind you with this one. Some people deserve a second chance.
All right. All right. Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Surrey. Okay. Go to the bathroom again. Going to the bathroom. Gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Wait, no. Bum, 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 bum. Damn it. Stop it. Oh, maybe I have to go up there. Okay.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself.
I do hope you enjoy yourself.
I think we deserve a rest.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's...
May I ask
niece?
for your assistance?
I have nothing to hide, sir, but I've never heard of this. I guarantee we'll have a good time.
Do you know anything about this?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know. Everyone's looking at us.
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. The whores, at a guess.
Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it?
Nailed it.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. What? Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still
coming,
need
Sherry.
a crack, despite
Just
being ethereal.
Give me another second.
Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with the... These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult one. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
One of these books must open a secret passage. I know it.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
It's cheating if you're the one that sent me the mask.
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, something to smoke, Or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual. A potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind already operates at a far higher level than most. My ultimate duty is to provide the world...
Duty? You've never cared...
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then perhaps it would be pure.
Yes, and now. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute. Let Fabio speak for himself.
It's like The Sims.
You should sit next to me and wait to be served. You should sit next to me and wait to be served.
Nancio's had to enforce the masks after...
I'll pin them down with this scoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Rumor has it. Rumor has it he's been put on leaving you for. Oh, I didn't even. Is there a dead body? Yeah.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion. An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
Oh, somehow
Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
somehow I completely missed that this whole time.
What about a quick pillow fight?
The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain. Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. This is a different ritual.
How can anyone accept such behaviour?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal.
Borrow that. Yoink.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Manchos. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Would you recognise me in one of these? I suppose not.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive. This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger. The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars. A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood. The wounded person was here for a bloody handprint on an armchair. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar. A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding. The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it.
Oh.
The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. He died right here. Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts, but I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Pull yourself together, Werner. What is it about these nights that you are so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Is anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death. Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about...
That's valid.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later, only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being...
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil... Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After you...
But the...
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you... The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked...
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
I have thoughts about everything. I'm Sherlock Holmes. Holmes.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here.
Singer in a smoky room, a smell of wine and cheap perfume.
I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all. The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should...
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. But please be discreet. I know you can untangle this mess.
I need a rest from my insatiable wife. I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Oh, there's beauties. Manchier's is the best, as always.
Kurt Manchios, I presume? I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Did you know
People are starting to look at us, Sherlock. Think what it means for me. A wonderful evening for so many good, influential, and rich.
I don't understand. Surely a murder...
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent...
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on?
Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience. Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in his letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
Perhaps we can negotiate. I could be quite useful.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start, then. partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Back on track to solve the case.
I can't go back to prison.
Shut up.
Look, I found Werner.
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers. The new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first. You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so...
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look...
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your...
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger one...
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio like?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true labourers, I see. Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party. That's not something I know much about. You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to...
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was me.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine.
Not a very eloquent...
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain. You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that. You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about. You'd better ask someone else.
You'd
better ask someone else. I've no idea about that.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Please accept my condolences for your friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
Fabio and yourself were slaves, am I correct? You have a similar branding on your body.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
Couldn't help but also notice fresh cuts upon your forearms.
The cuts helped me to forget my past. To cover the old wounds and hide them.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Gordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes. I know I can... handle the news.
Could you help me?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down.
As a major domo, he has keys that could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation.
Thank
you. You can question Mr. Pinchetti. In the interrogation room.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds. You are the major domo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing. You hide, under heavy makeup, a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
I do not have a lot of means. The pay is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest?
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
There's no way he could have stepped in blood.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Yeah.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What do you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him. I know you. You can untangle this mess.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
Wow, you are just a big old piece of shit, aren't you?
Thank you for your Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included.
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love. Cleaning up. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes and the holes in my shoe.
Why do you think your uncle...
Please let me out.
I know I can handle the news.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'd tell you if I knew, but unfortunately, I don't.
Oh, evidence room. Duh.
Good day. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
First try.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah!
A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone. Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. An emergency kit for boredom. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. Her key to the altar room. That's not for bedtime reading. This ex libris belongs to Manchios Library. The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Thank you, officer.
Oh, come on. I don't want you to be the one who did it.
have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protégé wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabia.
Do you recognize this book?
She didn't ask me.
The things described in the book were inspiration for...
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and... My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures.
This book, The Power of Love...
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so.
I've nothing to add.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh. That could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Do you practice?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
I know who killed Fabio.
Oh, shit.
Quite the opposite. The blood on your shoe tells me that you were with Fabio. You stabbed him with the dagger while he was still alive. You drew a sigil. Blood is almost like glue. It sticks to everything, dries quickly, and is quite visible. But you know how to handle stains. You are Kurt Manchios' major domo. However, despite your best efforts, you missed a spot.
It doesn't make sense, sir.
You wanted to be rid of your dear uncle. I myself barely know him and already find him intolerable. You've worked for him for years. Santos, do this. Santos, do that. He doesn't pay you. He doesn't recognize your work. He doesn't see you as family. But you thought that heritage might be yours. Instead, all you'll ever receive is mustache wax. It is painful to witness such a situation. I cannot imagine how it must be for you. So, you decided to frame your uncle. Put the blame for Fabio's murder on him. That way, the heritage is yours, and you are free of him.
Half of what you say is true. I'm in pain.
You staged this decadent ritual so you would... After a short fight, you knocked Fabio unconscious. You locked the door and dragged the body to the altar. You wanted to set up someone acquainted with this masquerade.
I don't have the nerve to kill or stage a murder. I can't even leave my uncle's house.
Your uncle is a cruel man. He used everyone around him to his advantage. I don't believe he even truly loved Fabio. You knew very little love, support, or care from him. You lost your mind, Santos. And innocent people were hurt. I can't allow you to go free, but I can try to help you. I can provide my findings to the police. Decadence and perversity might poison anyone around them.
I don't know what to say. I can't breathe. I need to go outside.
Unfortunately, you can't. Constable, Santos Pinchetti killed Fabio. The evidence is clear.
Is that so? A man like him has actually grown a pair.
He intended to set up his uncle for the inheritance. The old man had humiliated him for years in every possible way.
Oh, what a bunch of degenerates.
Well, as for Mr. Pinchetti, the evidence tells us that he was wronged and pushed to commit a crime to be rid of his uncle. I suggest that you help in easing his sentence.
That's a sad story, all right. But at least it's good enough for my promotion. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones. Including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all.
Good luck, Constable. Garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it... all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock! The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo!
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
It was the best decision I could obtain. The truth must be told in the way it is most acceptable.
You're making progress, Sherlock. I was right to believe in you. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat etiquette, religion, marriage. They're all lies told.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
I get enough obnoxious pontification from my brother, so please, spare me your lecture.
Forgive my love for moral philosophy. I know I tend to ramble. You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others. I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an...
All right. That's going to be it for today. Bye.